You are no match for us.
Got some news. The space battle is still going on. The Hawks, most of the ship's systems are powered down, so it's about all I got. So you might want to prepare for...
This one will fall. What is it?
Fighting just ended. That Colonel Tobin stirred up a Minox nest when he took a I'm still working on the repairs, and I have to take down some systems, and I know.
Buenos Emeragith, Wanara Gorachi Drumta sa Inchobin, Taranamo Sibu and Dasarans, Cred Buenos Emeragith, Wanara Gorachi Dawacho Simu Poindorakawa each Buenos Emeragith, what?
Yes.
You let the ship escape? I will deal with your failure later, Captain. But for now, find that ship. Our ally has indicated that the Jedi hasn't left the system. If you find... Now get out of my...
This will fall. I shall make this one see. I will silence this one. I shall make this one see.
Stop. That is not the skeletal remnant of a... It appears that Duxon isn't as abandoned. The past has a curious attraction to us all. Perhaps, but let us press...
Let us end fallen.
Hold it right there. We've got you surrounded. I'm surprised you got this far. The jungle... We claimed this moon decades ago. when we reforged ourselves after XR Kotor. We expected as much. Few visit Duxon by choice. We have orders to escort you to our...
This may prove of use to us.
So you're the intruder. Our sensors picked up your handiwork in space. I am Mandalore, leader of the Mandalorians. Mandalore is the name we give to our leader. Becoming Mandalore is the greatest honor any Mandalorian could aspire to. When our leader falls in battle, the most worthy takes his place. So even though your army killed our leader, it was only a matter of time before we chose someone new. Me. So it's transportation you want. It so happens I make occasional trips to ISIS for information and supplies. Figure it out yourself. Ask around. See if you can make yourself useful. There is one thing. Before your ship the charges need to be detonated We were trying to uncover the entrance to a hidden cache of old Mandalorian equipment. I'll let Kex know that you check out. We found more gear than we can use, so you can be careful in the jungle. Our patrols have stopped until the space traffic dies down. The challenging beasts have been cleared from the area. What do you want? So far, you haven't done... What do you want? What do you want? Visiting Jedi. A few. No fights to the death. Other parts of our training weed out the weak among us. But that isn't the function of the... There are individual rules for each fight. The warrior with greater honor determines those. Which in your case means...
our battle circle, even if this...
So the Jedi Order isn't completely dead. You always had hit. I have studied much of the Jedi since our defeat. I would be honored to cross... This is not a battlefield, Jedi. If it were peace, then... No. It is up to the Sergeant. Learning from books or holovids is useless when battle rages and soldiers are dying.
So, the Jedi comes to grief. The battle circle is reserved only for real warriors. Jedi rely too much on their vaunted powers. They lose touch of the power of their arms and feet. Without your force, would you be a match for even the lowliest of Mandalorian warriors? If you want to try and fight us on our terms, that can be arranged. We are not merchants. We are Mandalorians. The only thing... You are new here, so you will fight Davro. He's young and has not been able to prove himself in battle. Davro, what are your terms?
No weapons, no Jedi tricks, and no items. Just fist and foot. A true...
Put your weapon away, Jedi. Don't step out of the circle and pull any death blow. No one dies in the battle circle. Step into the battle circle. Now you will experience a true fight. The match between Jedi, the Jedi is the clear and honorable victor. A challenger has expressed interest in fighting you. As little honor as you have gained, it is sufficient to accept his...
I have lost. But there are...
Here to watch a fight or to participate. After defeating Davro, you have gained some small honor, since he is the I will send a runner to... The match between the Jedi is the... Here to watch a fight. You choose to fight again, just fist and foot like you fought. Tagrin chooses to fight hand to hand. Remember. The match between Jedi and Tagrin is over. The Jedi is the only Mandalorians left for you to fight are our champion, and it must be real proof. The kind you gained, there are 2 champions in the camp. Braylord... Unless a battle circle champion vouches for you, you cannot... fight anyone else in the circle.
Your ship's pilot and gunner are both skilled. You destroyed...
The Mandalorian. So, you're the... Target. I instruct our RAR. I sent one of my warriors, Kumas, into the... If Kumas wasn't dead... good point. I don't want his Found Kumas. You have the Mandalorians will rise again. Right, stand back. Sith's blood. Fixing anything. This jungle attacks anything made by man. You're trying to help Mandalore. If you'll take whatever help I can get, whatever wires and tech. I'm trying to get the relay dish operational, but several components are broken and need repair. Your space battle may have attracted unwanted attention. Seems just about everything involved with a relay dish. If you think you can help, there's the broken cables right over there, and the relay maintenance structures behind me. The only thing I know for sure is we need a new We actually already found... But if you turn your back... You change your mind. The only thing I know... We actually already found... That's a problem, but if you turn your back on the pest... Just gut every Canuck you come across. You wouldn't believe the things you could... Alright then, come back when you... Damn it. Taking it. Ready to head back to your ship?
We've called off our patrols outside the camp, but without our patrols, some of the larger... We heard reports of a Zakek wandering the paths around here. If you see one, stay out of its way. Without...
Damn it. Jumbo's taking over everything. This is a mess.
During the war, we abandoned our headquarters before Revan's final attack. Duxon is a dangerous place. Never drop your guard.
You hear the gloat over you, so why?
Finally arrived, Jedi. This time, we fight to the death. Now you face a true
To battle.
Fallen.
I will silence this one. My life.
If you head out into the jungle, stay alert. Our patrols keep the area clear of the more...
This shall not stop us for long. I will silence this one.
A moment. That beast, the force flows even through these simple creatures. They aren't fully formed. Basic instincts, primal. Good. Beasts can be easier to affect than other senses. You feel its thoughts? Yes. Like a low... You came close, and you have the potential. But the cage around their perceptions... You may thank me by using what you have...
I'm Kumis. Zargo is not wrong in thinking me dead. We assume that any Mandalorian who does not report back within it, I still live. A patrol was sent to look for weapon caches in this region. Zarga told me to prove myself by taking This was the first site. After easily dispatching some Maras, I removed them. When I finished setting the charges, I looked down to see Canucks swarm. I killed the Canucks, but then a herd of Bomas arrived. I had no more, so I've been up here. Blaster rifles don't use much energy, and their energy cells last a long time. You must have cleared a path to the beast coming here. If you take care of the Boma beast, I can make it to... Your actions are worthy of a Mandalorian. Return... Don't touch that button.
Fallen. Fallen.
A weakness is revealed. You are no match for us. Focus. I am able to serve. I have not heard that. The scars are many and... Forgive me, but before you go, I must ask. You must not do this. So you say. But it is not something... I remember little of my homeworld before I... It is not a subject which I have spoken of. It was not a thing done with machines or weapons. For everyone that feels the Force, strongly, deeply, each one feels and perceives it in his power is great. And it comes from hunger. He is a wound in the Force, more presence than flesh. And those who feel the Force strongly are beacons to his hunger. My people, my planet. The Jedi, the last council of the Jedi, came to our world to meet in secret. They succeeded, but only in bringing him from the outer regions. And Kotor and my people died. A weakness is revealed.
What are you doing out here? Mandalore sent me out here personally. No, it wasn't them. This one was trying to slip in quietly. Just this corpse here. Looks like a scout and pretty green, too. The fool walked right into a group of... He can't have been the only one crawling around here. Squeamish. Don't worry, I'm not but people do have a habit of shooting. There's more of these scouts in the jungle. If we split up, we should be... I'm going to take up a position to the...
Let us end this.
I haven't seen anybody come around. With let me well, it looks like the phase pump's converted. This piece is in good enough shape to repair any progress. Let me well, it looks like the phase. This piece is in any progress with. Good to hear it. I've been low on any let me well, it looks like this piece is I know, it made quite a racket. That's to be expected. It wouldn't be much of a test if all you had to do was take a hike through the jungle, now would it? Ask around the camp. I also promised you a reward. Here you... What do you want? Not yet, Jedi. Find some more to do around. What do you want?
I hear you gave Davril a warrior's... I'm impressed. Our sensors picked up 3 if any of the Onderon military... I don't know. It was some sort of freighter, knowing some of the larger Duxan beasts. The people of Onderon still live in fear of us. They were the first world we conquered in the Mandalorian Wars. Their resistance was laughable. We cut through their defenses like vibroblades through cloth. ISIS fell within hours. If they knew we were here, they would eventually gather enough courage to attack us. It is not a battle. Who knows? The Onderon military has cordoned off the planet, so there shouldn't be anybody else down here.
Signal.
It's like someone is searching the planet. If you want to pitch in, go ahead. You can find them in the eastern side of camp, just south of the hangars.
I heard you defeated a Zakek. That isn't ready to head back to your ship?
You here to gloat over your... So what? I was able to make it back to camp without encountering... Please, don't tell anyone.
You found Kumas, alive no less. He was evasive when I... We'll see if Kumas will... Mandalore will gather the Skither clan. We will...
My life is yours.
Kumas owes you a debt of honor, traveler.
Unless a battle circle champion vouches for you, you cannot fight anyone else in the circle.
The gate guard said you managed to kill a Zakek. Zarga told me that you returned one of our sheep. Not yet, Jedi. What do you want? For Mandalore! Oh! helped out with some repairs around the base. You've made quite a I was planning on heading to Isis to... You won't be able to get to the Ebon Hawk from the city. If you need... I'm going to talk with Zuka and have him start a shuttle flight check. After that, we'll head out. How are the port stabilizers?
They check out Mandalore, all systems are green.
Good. I want the shuttle bound for Onderon within the hour. What do you want?
Is all in readiness?
It is.
My only concerns are for the one you escort to Onderon, Mandalorian.
Don't pretend to want...
If by a part you mean...
Not for long. Soon the Mandalorian...
Ah, yes. The Great Crusade. After the first one was ended by Revan and the Jedi. Such a defeat was merciful, an echo of the end.
I was at Malachor 5, and I remember how many Jedi died to stop us there. And no matter how many dead orbit that planet, the man... See Kex there? He was serving on Nar Shaddai's muscle for the Hutts. Kelborn was a scout for the Duros on Frontier Worlds. I brought them...
Indeed. The future is all... Perhaps there will be no New Age Mandalore, no great Mandalorian crusade. And perhaps all that remains will be what I see before me. A man wounded by a Jedi.
You've got some guts talking to...
No, Mandalore, you are wrong. I hope that it is you who will keep the one I travel with safe. You are loyal, and you have served... Do you wonder where he wanders now, Mandalore? Why he
How do you...
I know many things, and I can answer the question that burns within your shell, Mandalore. But there is a price. You must keep the one I travel with safe. He is important. Show the same loyalty you have shown in the past, Mandalore. If there is a Mandalorian crusade, let it be for something that will carry your people's memory into the future. So when the time comes when there are no more Mandalore, the one I travel with has walked your same path. And I ask that when the end comes, that you...
Forget the Jedi.
1, 2, 3.
Mandalorians, we've got company. Stealth...
Wait a moment. I sense there is a disturbance. I did not expect them so soon. How did they get here? None of them can escape. Let us join the battle.
Seems trouble follows you on a regular basis. I think it's best for both of us if we head to Isis immediately.
Vaklu's saying that the Republic ship attacked first? That's madness!
Unfortunately, lie or not, it's a madness people will believe.
The timing of this is atrocious. A space battle above our skies, so many of our fighters lost?
Curiously, only Tobin's men were involved in that battle.
That shooter!
Strong word, Your Majesty. But there is no good time for news like this. I recommend we continue with our plan.
But won't that bring even more followers to Vaklu's side? Increasing his power?
For a time, perhaps. But we both know he's not the truth. Then, and only...
I fear by then it will...
Here we are, the city of Isis. It's been shut down tight for months now. General Vaklu is close to declaring martial law. We won't be able to travel too far in the city. Fortunately, I have a friend in this quarter of the city. He's a doctor by the name of Dagon Gent. It might be best if you do the talking around here. The Onderonians have a mixed view of Mandal. Something.
My life is yours.
Yeah, what do you... The Republic is a stagnant beast that had been killing its people for years. Were it not for Revan's strength, the Republic would already... Only Revan was worthy of our respect. We swept through the Outer Rim without any opposition until only then did the battle turn. But as you know, only a handful of Jedi fought, while the others cowered in their... I'm sure. I'm not accusing you of being a coward. You come... Now is there some... I am Mandalore, leader of the but I will not be your errand boy. Now is there... I thought that the Force would be enough of a... That's a good position for a warrior to take. Here you go. But don't... Now is it...
It's been a while since you've docked here, eh? I suppose it must be hard to shuttle people when nobody's allowed to leave. The blockade has been... Your manifest says it's been 2 months since you last came here. Could be. Our space forces have been in full readiness ever since all Republic vessels must be searched, and the delays are turning pilots grey before their time. And ever since the Republic fired on our space forces, things have been even slower. Bad days. Bad days. And things are getting worse. Well, doesn't look like you have any trade goods, so the inspection's just a formality. If you want to leave the planet, you need a starport visa. They're very hard to get. Many people... Certainly. Mind what I said about the starport visa.
In the latest news today, the Onderan Space Force has confirmed that a Republic... Sources inside the military say the first shots of the massive battle with... The Ebon Hawk is a capital-class vessel and it destroyed 15 Onderan military fighters. Queen Talia is expected to make an announcement later today. Whether her support of the Republic will...
Halt, off-worlder. You'll have to... What is your... Amusing. Your humor is noted. Is your ship affiliated with any Republic... You could just answer no. Do you have any crates of weapons or other military equipment you plan to sell in ISIS? You're free to go. Don't lose your star...
Fair winds to you, off-worlder. These beasts use, but the Republic vessels that transport them have to wait for thorough and needlessly long searches. So the city is... We have stopped gathering beasts now, but they still fill the city. They have been kept in their cages for a long time. Perhaps it was the city itself.
What? Run! The bomber is out of control!
I don't know what to say. Not since my first Drexel have I lost control of a beast. Please keep them.
General Vaklu was an underground resistance leader during the Mandalorian occupation. He's a real hero.
Let's hurry this up. This is outrageous. You're a Republic spy in your propaganda. Well, you can't be serious. One more word. What are you looking at? This is none of your business.
Please, sir, help me. Vaklu's troops won't listen. I'm just a journalist.
This spy has been using his position as a journalist to spread lies and dissent among our people. No doubt he's been up to...
But that's just crazy.
Yes, and your disloyalty now... warrant? General Vaklu passed an edict giving the military broad authority to detain and question any... It was specifically meant for us to pick up... That is classified... I don't have time to answer. Men, let him go. We'll be back with a... And you should watch yourself.
I don't know how to thank you. Eventually they'll come back for me. Thank you.
I'm Captain Galisi, Offworlder. If you want to pass here.
It disgusts me how many soldiers...
Hey, what do you think you're... This terminal...
Please, Captain, help me. My children and I are desperate to get off of Onderon. My husband was killed by General Vaklu. We have seen many wars on Isis. I've told you our story. My husband, he was part of the Isis Council. He was a strong supporter of the Queen, and over time, he became convinced that Vaklu was trying to kill Queen Talia. The conspiracy was discovered, and he was shot during the arrest. What he did was wrong. And, please.
Mother, why can't we go home? I'm not supposed to talk to Offworlders.
You have the look of someone used to adversity. Everyone around here begs and pleads. I offer you two... Does it matter? Truly matter? No. I have no sad story. I just know people who will pay a great deal for an open starport visa. The credits are your share of...
Welcome to what must be the smelliest place in the universe, Offworlder. How can I assist you?
That's an air defense tower. The city's filled with them. Isis is an ancient city, and for many generations, our main enemy was the Beast Rat.
Towers like these were built to protect us. Stay out of...
Please tell me you're an Offworlder. But this is good news. You have a starport visa, right? I can only sell...
Watch it, Keg. The captain already...
No need to be alarmed, my foreign friend. Pay the soldier...
Wanabota ayuka taigwa kankido.
Dahupa, bosa kurata, go jujutu gavadumpa munsuru kupla.
Mogachi norta hirembe wanachi, kaki mogo grabo.
Kawanabota yunta.
Kawanabota ayuka taig.
Gavadumpa munsuru kupla liyawa. Bo bagaraga kawanabota yunta. Donghite mosi jochia yumba litawa.
Tahirembe wanakom paile mokata. Takom. Kawanabota ayuka tag.
Moloda now kawanabota.
Tinor cream so.
Yes, human sentient. I want to hear the answer to this as well.
Dovrekun will.
She is a reed in the wind, too frail to stay in place. You are so naive.
Dahubabotenya go juchobiti. Doverin
Kawanabota.
There must come a time when the Queen bows to the will of the people. The Republic has brought nothing back General Vaklu in his effort to make her see reason. For all that we have given, now we get nothing. The Republic is weak and falling apart. Its Jedi, whose fallen brethren are you. Exactly. That is all we ask. Close to 2/3 of Onderonians want to reclaim our independence. To isolate ourselves.
That's enough, Ponlar. If you keep this up, you're going...
You can't silence me forever, soldier.
The rumor I've heard is that you don't fully agree with our queen and her supporters. It would be quite... I am a strong supporter of General Vaklu. It is one of the few districts that is directly connected to the royal palace. The queen and her advice... This presents complications for Vaklu.
This woman works for Vaklu. The Queen is riddled with shortcomings. Forget ice.
The sky ramp is restricted to...
Rakichi-san, Donasinto Norokipa Shakani, Rakichis Dakosha ni Chotono, Jumkarantaka.
A lot of credits to be made around here lately, if you have the right skills.
Have any work that needs to be done?
A lot of credits to be made around here lately, if you have the right skills. A lot of credits to be made around.
Some of those alien thugs had a go at you, right? I'm gonna cross you.
This is Dagon Gent's place. He's not the best doctor you'll ever meet, but he's...
You looking for Dagon? A soldier captain was murdered at the cantina real good. They got some suspects at the It's the turret tower on the other side. If you talk to him, tell him I got his 20...
Heard of any good finds?
A lot of credits to be made around here lately, if you have the right skills.
I am 1B8D, an automated droid vendor. I have in stock a variety of quality droid components, no refunds, and no haggling. Do you have any interest in my goods? Reinitializing. That goes against my primary. Market conditions all set to 0. All prices now set to... Greetings, Master.
Som mogo dosi sheba dentes kun mostovi gita yavach, piktarishan, bram tabadni soju. Da come jusmak miki baranye doso so rika chondin, wana magrable mogo. Yatuka u wan rika chotin kavadumpa, mo wendido chokerembi nortakun.
Donos Imeragith. Dawa Josi Lupo Indora, no Mababe in Wamagro. Lo Mababe want to susin to Mukarata. To Asfrecton.
You look like an off-worlder. My name's... If you're here for Juma Juice, it's not that good. But at least it's cheap.
There's only some sort of crazed Wookiee could pull that off.
Malampro tarawanjika sa samcha parda. Kawana bota. Dahupa bos. Mungachi no tai. Kawan. Dahu. Tu ni.
Yeah, what do you want?
General, we have found them again.
Have we, Tobin? Or is this a preface to another of your failures? Consider the whole field, Tobin. Why would a Jedi...
The crew of the Ebon Hawk is elusive, General, but the fools are here, in Isis. The intel on this is certain.
I think I have it. The Jedi may prove a solution to another one of our...
Back again, Off-Worlder? I'm sure you have a starport visa. We certainly do. Captain Sulio. She was in charge of the starport checkpoint. A good soldier. So far, he's just a suspect. But if he did it...
Dagon Gent is the only person I know with a...
Until we either eliminate him as a suspect or find the real killer. Dagon has quite a record with the authorities. The Colonel thinks that murder isn't too far a stretch for some... No way. We're under orders to make sure no one sees the murder suspects. I know Dagon personally. He's one of the worst doctors I've ever heard of. But I can't see him deliberately killing someone. He was one of the last people... Ask around there. I've heard he's got a good motive for killing her. If you can somehow clear that up and prove it wasn't... Stay out of...
Kotor. Loka Kamaranendo in Wamaku.
Can't find a better...
Tanto todos, tumukarata. Miranga noroto. Kroto no ranga manatandi koroto. Insukrema sukunda tungala. Meron. Kroto no ranga manatandi koroto. Mopi una wat. Insukrema sukunda tungala. Kroto.
Nice to meet you, Sentient. Are you interested in a friendly game of Pazak? The deck is warm, the drink is plentiful, and the company amiable. Can I tempt you? Foul business, that is. Like most nights, I was here. What do you want to... Know him? He's probably my best friend on this planet. Never. Dagon thought very highly of the good captain. Know him? Never. I thought it was...
I was one of the ground troops. We fought on Daggery Minor together. Enough of the past. The whole galaxy... That's the first. I was sent by the Republic Senate to invest. I have to get to Coruscant to deliver my report. After the Jedi Civil War, if Onderon's... I really can't say. The most I will say is stay clear of General Vaklu, and Vaklu helping if...
This room is reserved. If you ask me, she got what she deserved. I know his face, that's about it. She's a beast rider like me and our leader. You better never be speaking. You're flaming right, I do. The night she made the great flight, she ripped Dagon apart. Not literally, but we could hear her laying into him over here. We got a good laugh at it. Dagon was so mad he was sputtering. Then he stormed off. Best entertainment we had that night. The only good thing about that Sulio, I know his face.
Ni kawana bota yulta tanga kinamadura tay Jone murlera mungachin kawana bota yul tong Gavadumpa munsuru Gavadum mulibrawa I tu Tawa
Captain, you're back. Thank the four moons for your Hurry, children.
You are still unready to face my master. Any flaw he will send.
This room is reserved. If you... She's a beast. This room is...
Greetings, Master. Certain 1B 1B
Tonor. Look in one.
Welcome back. She did? Oh no, by the 4 moons, what a mix-up! They got it all... They'd call each other all manner... That night, Celia was in great form. Dagon and I were laughing about some of the... It may look strange on the outside, but it...
That bit of information will help with clearing Dagon. But the Onderon military won't let him off. Maybe some of these people will...
I was cleaning up stakes from a particular... She was quite dead. The next day, they picked up... Just...
It might be a good idea to look at the crime scene. We fought many soldiers in the Mandalorian War. Nobody we talked with mentioned a droid. This...
This room is reserved, off-worlder. That Bith keeps buying droids, and the scavengers keep stealing them or blowing them up. Seems he's finally given up. I wouldn't tell you even if I knew. That western square has the perfect fence for droid parts. 1B8D is quite handy.
Entity Bahima unknown. The market... Thank you.
Kif in the cantina could probably...
Dahupa bo sakurata go jujutu yoki. Hiata yamba wajiyaki. Kawana bo.
Hello there. What is this? Oh my, she's dead.
Kawana bota yunta tanga kinamatura.
Welcome back. My deck... Foul business, that is. If it'll help, there's no way that Dagon could have done it. I saw him coming from his office. That's the...
Nico, is it? And the off-worlder. What brings it? That's a bold...
It's a long story, so bear with me.
That should do it. We still don't know who killed Sulio, but this will greatly assist our...
You have been ordered off this investigation, Captain.
I had nothing to do with this, sir. This citizen found information about Cap...
We've already got our man. Sulio and this Gent were fighting the night she was... Have you read the report? Some of the things Sulio... Why, you little...
It's absolutely true, Major. Bahima the bartender can confirm it.
I see. The only thing that matters to me is that he was within blaster. You have a record.
I've seen it myself, Major. The real kill...
Very well, Captain. Set Gent free, then.
The men will be working on getting Dagon Gent out right away. You're quite a team. Together, you got... The investigation has been handled at the highest levels. With Dagon free, I don't know if the investigation... If you head over to Dagon Gent's office... Thanks for clearing this whole thing up. I could tell that they really need to...
Thanks for getting me out of there. As detention cells go, it had definite class, but I owe you. Not many people can help you out with that. There've been several. A Jedi Master, you say? Now that is interesting. There's a slight problem with that. The thing is, scavengers have already looted most. So here's the punchline. I need those discs because... The Kells gang pretty much owns this street. She's in the local cantina most days. She's tough as Drexel leather and more. Just get me the encrypted holodisc. After that... Have you found the encryption?
What do you want here, Off-Worlder? You? Those were...
found the encrypted hole. Great, go in there. With these, I'll check my You got anything you need to take care of in the quarter. You best. If things go bad during a meeting, you may not be welcome in ISIS anymore. Yeah, I'll get on it. Just grab a cot and rest.
Is this meeting a trap? I can't afford to lose you, especially given recent events.
Anything could be a trap.
Is this necessary? I can guarantee your safety in the back.
Nothing in life is certain, Your Majesty.
Very well.
Aren't I all?
That's what I was afraid you'd...
Well, the meeting is on. Head straight to the cantina. You guys should be in there. And, no offense, but I hope I never see you again.
You must have gone through a lot to arrange this meeting. The palace is at full battle readiness. Smuggling...
Kotor, the famed Jedi Guardian. The Mandalorians counted on the fact it would... I wonder how we'd have fared against you. I thought you were killed.
It seems my former student keeps curious company. I have my ways as well. Why are you here? I imagine that you hold little love for any on the Jedi Council anymore. You have to understand that it was a time of great uncertainty. Every Jedi that went with him was lost. There's more to it than that. And I think you deserve an explanation.
Am I interrupting? In orbit, I thought for sure that the Ebon Hawk was mine. I was certain. Imagine my delight. Get them, men! And watch your aim! Civilian casualties cause a mess of paperwork.
I'll get word to you when I'm able. Run!
What have you done to my man? Blast! Men, take care of him! I won't let Kotor escape.
This cantina is infested with life. A well-placed grenade could cleanse some of the dirty and insignificant souls here. I shall make this one see that we
No
What's happening in the West? Command's ordered comm block. What? Why? Are you sure it wasn't some of those beasts? You must be mistaken. Soldiers just don't just head to the safety of the Merchant Square, citizen. We'll send a patrol to investigate as soon as we can contact our HQ.
Not all the military is after us. Still, Vaklu can throw a whole army at us. I think we should head over to the spaceport before General...
You know what to do. Let's do it. The diagnostic is doing something. Target acquired. Your visa's been scanned. I need
The shuttle is just ahead. I think we should get out of here. No more trip... We're back. The shuttle is going to stay docked here until further notice. I'm not ready to part company yet. I'm going with you. The Sith have taken a particular interest in you, and you can use an extra blaster. The Sith aren't known for sharing power, and then my people would be a rat. Mandalorians helped Exar Kun during his war. We know firsthand, but that's enough for now. We'll have time to talk later.
The Ebon Hawk is patched up and ready to go. When you're ready to depart, we can ask the guide here.
Owes you a debt of honor, traveler.
fought against the Mandalorian.
I was part of the war.
But you fought on the front line.
I could do without your Mandalorian arm. And look at them now. Mandalorians are little better than mercenary thugs.
If I were you, I'd pick...
You fought for no cause.
Maybe that's what it looked like to you, but that isn't why we fought.
You didn't.
The Republic took us too lightly.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. If you ask me...
Defeat is part of the war.
Doesn't it even bother you that your people were almost destroyed?
People...
Well...
Fine, but...
Has there been any sign?
No, mistress. No.
The freighter. It is important.
Mistress, we still do not know the significance of the ship or...
Then perhaps we'll need to have faith that your sister will change her mind. Remember...
I hope so, mistress. But there has been no word of her since she...
Fool.
Yes, mistress. The Iridonian, the Ichani-trained pilot, the exile, and the old woman.
Old woman?
Yes, mistress.
I do not...
Mistress, she was secured for much of the time the exile was here. Mistress?
It is just at the edge of...
Yes.
I will meditate upon...
What's wrong?
Another Mandalorian. You're welcome to join us. Our clan has traveled...
I'm not here for any mercenary work. I'm here to return...
Mandalore?
I intend...
I have no doubt that you believe that you are Mandalore. But look at this. Anyone could buy a helmet. And the last time Mandalore traveled... A Jedi? I heard rumors from Isis about Mandalorian sightings on Duxon. So perhaps there is very well, Mandalore. Excuse us.
diagnostic, age assessment, and my central answer. I do not know, Master. Extrapolation, perhaps. Answer, if by okay, you mean the loss of... Furthermore, I seem to have no discretionary control over my vocabulator, causing me... Answer, oh, that is... And regardless, I am a unique Recitation, yes, as I said, I am... Oh. Answer.
Oh, hey. Your face. It's like you're calm. At peace. Oh, well, it shows. It's like you're hooked up to a power coupling. It's weird. I mean, for a minute there, hooked up a power coupling. Did you get out much as a Jedi? Got it. Just... Well, I don't like to use them unless they're C5 concussion spheres or the Merson cryoband pellet. Well, keep hoping, because that's not my specialty. Trust.
Interjection.
Would you please shut him down? It's been like that ever since he arrived.
Correction. Assassination.
Great. Well, look somewhere else, because I'm...
You'll find little welcome here, Jedi. For your own good, I recommend...
What is it? The honor is mine. I hear you.
you actually believe a Jedi would return here? After all they've done to us?
They certainly would. You remember how they were. Always so superior, so...
I still don't...
You should. My cousin's friend, he used to tend the gardens around the Enclave.
Well, I hope it's true.
Unless somebody...
A visitor. Please, come in. Welcome to Kunda. Depending on your business here, the pleasure may be mutual, but you did... And unless I'm much mistaken, that's the Ebon Hawk. That is an unfortunate truth. And a wise... Right or wrong, our settlers blame the Jedi and their hidden enclave for their suffering. I remember I still maintain... discreet. Indeed, true coincidence seems very rare in the affair, my friend. Let's just call him Frook. We've known each other from... He came to Dantooine not too long ago. He was looking into something... Vrook and I had a mutually beneficial arrangement for several weeks. I'm starting to fear the worst. Would you be willing to... We are fortunate that you've come. I will have one of the militia transmit permissions to the enclaves. Is there any...
I'm the militia captain here. Talk to Baroon first. If you're sick, you got any... You could pick worse place if you're in. You want... I've seen a lot of visitors. We have a small... I'd take care of it, my... What's all you want?
What? You shouldn't sneak up on an old... It's just a habit. We warn people that the air... Probably nothing. The Kinrath... A couple weeks we found... I'm one of the Kunda militia. They need... Now I'm the... I do. The Kinrath... I've carefully searched this... I don't... It's technical. I doubt if you find...
To bow.
You a new sal... We don't need another one. Look, I'm gonna... Because and while you... The only thing left... And don't be... If you're not... And they're now dead, so... Let's salvage your...
Oh, a visitor comes to our delightful salvager camp. Brevity isn't a question I pose to you, Travel. You flatter me, Travel. I ask a mere one.
To battle.
You've wandered into the wrong camp. If you're looking for... What if we do? You sound like a flaming jet. So the galaxy... It's just another... We have to live... There's a nat... It galls me to think we fought wars to protect Gizka like them. They're on their own. She's got spirit.
Can I help you? Just trying to make a living. It's not glam. Can I help? I've heard the rumors too. We didn't pick a new Mandalore when the last one.
This shall not stop us for long. I shall make this
Who are we missing? We're one off.
We're missing Joe.
That runt of a Cathhound, he's the one with the back. What do you... You won't find anything there except on the lowest sub-level, and there you'll only find death. Laygrex are everywhere. Nothing. Find out now. If you don't mind, we're going someplace you can't eat.
Let us end this.
Is someone out there? Yes I am. You must be fierce with a blade.
Thanks for saving me. It's all Tapelay's fault. We barely got in. Then before you know... You don't have to tell me that twice. If you want to talk to me...
This shall not stop us for long.
Soon you shall know pain.
Let us end this.
This way. Soon. Soon you shall know pain. To battle.
I am an historian and scientist working for the Republic, although I'm certain my... Like you, I was looking for some trace of the... The other reason was the ruins of the Jedi Enclave. Much had been taken from the... Many artifacts. I suspect someone has been taking holocrons from sites across... The situation on Dantooine is echoed in other places, and more so... Much has been the destruction of the Academy on Ossus near the teachings of Master Arca, the adventures of Jolie Bindo on the Rimward missions. What else would you... I imagine in your travels of the galaxy you've... What else would... Before you go, I... A force... I'm not sure... No. I know some of what you... The intensity of the connection varies. That bonding is... It is also said that moments... Thoughts. Images, perhaps, but not actual... Still, I have seen I've never heard of a bond being lethal. I suppose... I do not know. I will return to Kunda now and await the next transport. You may find me there if you have more questions.
Soon you shall know pain. Soon you shall know pain. To battle. Let us end this. You are no match for us. I shall make this one see. To battle. I silence this one. Let us end. Soon you shall know pain. I will silence.
braved the perils of the sea. For now, negotiation and...
Jaren says you saved him down there. Next time you should ask for a reward.
What? Who is that? Oh, it's you. You have. And no reward.
My life is yours.
Yes.
A weakness is revealed.
This shall not stop us for long.
This shall not stop us for long.
Halt, settler. This is a restricted area. How the hell did you get through the Kinrath? You should leave. We are highly trained veterans, and you're just a settler with a toy blaster. We're taking the Jedi to... I'm gonna say this nice and simple for you. I warned you.
Let us end this.
Always rushing into action without thinking of the consequences. What? You're expecting thanks? Kunda is in danger, and you've ruined the best chance of averting a full-scale conflict. Right now, Dantooine is at a critical moment. Still, I'm surprised you were able to get this far. Although you do have your Jedi training to fall back. Every action has consequences, no matter how small. The Mandalorian Wars was proof. I need to get to Kunda and warn them. They could be attacked at any moment. If you wish to prove yourself, then do so. Kunda's in... The mercenaries have... And now since...
I will silence this one. A weakness Your thoughts are disturbed. I can feel them like a shiver running through you.
Echoes. I feel echoes of the Force here.
Force-sensitive locations such as this absorb and reflect Force energy. The crystals are the catalyst here. I sense that Revan once passed through here, leaving a strong impression behind in the crystals. Perhaps future Jedi who visit this cave will feel our presence, as if seeing our footprints preserved in the soil. The crystals here do not drain Force energy from Jedi. They collect the excess energy that radiates from those attuned to the Force. Crystal responds. The crystal's bond with you is such that the stronger you become in this crystal,
Yutapak mito hai Yatuka uwa Hutayan Kavanata Bram tabanin sochu. Da come jus Yatuka uwanrika chotin.
You are the Jedi I've heard reports of, and I am as... Straight to the point. I am planning to take... According to my reports, I have 4 times as many soldiers as the militia. It is inevitable that I will succeed. If you wish to avoid my men eradicating the people of Dantooine, you will make it easier for me to take Kunda. Of course, I will pay... You'd better reconsider.
You could have guided...
Men, I trust you can handle this Jedi.
What is it?
Admiral, this is Mikal. I have found the exile. trouble for Dantooine. Had enough of it for a life.
I see you have found the elusive Master Rook. He's told me that his rescue complicated us. I thank you for finding him, though. Zeron says that even with a plan, the mercenaries have to gather their forces, then coordinate their assault. Our militia is effective at peacekeeping, but isn't prepared for a full-scale battle. If you can do anything to ready them for the reality. Besides that, look around Kunda and see what you can do to strengthen our defenses. Zeron says there is... I have instructed the Our militia is effective. Besides that, Zeron said... Here is a MasterCard key that will open all of the security doors inside Kunda. Soon, all the civilians will be evacuated. So...
Monas runta. Posamabri tush posama. Hoshman funi insor.
Zeron was right about the mercenaries all along. I guess my...
Are you waiting for the...
I was right about you. You are trouble. So you did. Here's the crap. The mercenaries aren't quick to mobilize, so you have time to do what you need. You sure? Once we're done with that... Alright. Then we got a lot to do.
Since you are here to bolster Kunda's defense, I will hurry to the mercenary camp and delay their assault however I can.
I imagine that the mercenaries have got two goals in this whole thing. Kill me and kill the administrator. The rest of the settlers won't have courage to resist if they succeed. Administrator's locked up in her office tight, which means that thanks to you, that's about it. Let's get ready for the mercenaries. If we fall here, all of Dantooine falls with us.
So you're the Jedi. I take it you are responsible for the surprises we've had. Stand aside. Then you've allied with the... I was trained at map.
Sorry I was held up.
Kill them all.
Thank you so much for your aid. You can be sure that... I'm sorry to offend you. We are a humble community, and I am humbled. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much work to do. Dantooine will be...
Kunda is safe in no small part. In any case, we did nothing. Cutting one off from your loss. Perhaps it is Dantooine, but I do not feel. Still, you and it is possible you have more force bonds. Such bonds normally grant. Still, perhaps it is a punishment of a sort. And with your, perhaps it is you have more. I suppose there is something I should show. I'm only going to demonstrate this once. This is the Sheen form, a defensive stance that's good when you... This form will increase your ability to deflect blaster fire, and then I don't know how you learned that, so...
HK-47, I did...
Query.
I see that your recent reassembly has not affected...
Statement.
Oh, there is much...
Statement. My memory core has suffered some damage. Statement. Yet somehow, a gap in my circuits makes me feel as if I should remember you. Statement. This is all the more important since during my routine inspection of all potential escape routes from this vessel, I made an interesting discovery. Observation. The navicomputer is voice locked. Statement. Query. Why would someone lock the navicomputer? Answer. Presumably to hide where one has been. Statement. I believe this...
Has there been any word of her?
None yet. I do not understand why she displays such
You know why.
She
has always brought shame upon us. And
perhaps it is better that our sister...
It might be helpful if I made some changes to...
That would be a welcome and...
All right then. There. You should be... Hey, General. You look like you've been... Yes, let me see what... That's everything. Now...
About time you showed up. Mandalore... Follow me then. You received my message then. A man named Kavar wanted to get a hold of you urgently. He said that but I don't know how... He wouldn't tell me anything. This morning, General Vaklu met with the Council of Lords. He'll be made regent if Talia and her royal guard are defeated. I doubt that Queen Talia... The balance of forces seem to favor Queen Talia. But Vaklu has new allies. Sith soldiers and their masters. Braylor and I both concur.
You underestimate the Force, Mandalorian. I sense there is something stirring on the moon itself.
Yes, we have. How? We picked up... We only have our...
Those transmissions are the enemy. They are linked, otherwise the Mandalorian is right.
Dividing our forces at a time like this is...
And this is why a common soldier will never triumph again. It is essential. You must choose who will lead the expedition through the jungle to find our enemy.
I will serve.
You should send two. Excellent. And who else? Now are you...
Mandalorian warriors will go with you to find the enemy camp. If you need supplies, talk with Ken. Let me know. As you wish. Finally, we're close to our objective. My troops, I can follow you, so...
Ready?
Soon you shall know pain.
Hold a moment.
A Type 2 perimeter motion relay. It's a little outdated, but someone skilled with a stealth field generator can get by it, but...
So, you aren't completely ignorant in the ways of bat. It's a wonder you've survived this.
Intruders, kill them!
Time to die.
Let's move out.
What's wrong?
I'm good to go.
How may I serve?
I had to run
on to catch up with you. You've made him. I told Kelborn of your Kex believes that this is the tomb of Frida Nad. Some sort of fallen Jedi. That part of Onderon history the citizens try to leave. Our priority here, Zuka didn't have our law. Frida Nad was a dark Jedi. This place is tainted.
I can taste the power of the dark side here. The echoes of his life.
I am returning outside.
The time for practice is over. There are the ritual must not be interrupted. Men?
That's another one for me.
feels wrong here. This thing has to be part. I won't tell you how to do your.
Let's see what you got.
Time to
I shall make this one see.
Anyone that has been marked by our masters can do it. Yeah, it's so easy. You doubt our masters' power. They'll erase the minds with an army of these. No! The intrude beasts!
Just one more failure, Captain.
As you command.
Now. You're too late. We have done what needed to be done. Soon, on the... But what is this? It is good you have sought us out. This too... An adept has you have within you the potential to wield the Force. They would have you become a puppet of the Force. Can't you feel the Jedi? A Jedi has no... They want drones. Slave. Can't you feel the power? The shame. Freedom and power.
Said that he and your friends are making good progress through the... And here it is. A salvaged Basilisk war droid, I assure you. Yes, just like a new... Unfortunately, it's weapon, but she will get you to... We've modified the interior to hold through... Isis is... Fight.
A basilisk here? Mandalorians are attacking the...
Talia has made
Time
an alliance...
to take you
from? More where that came 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 More where that came from?
I recognize you. You're that up the Royal Palace.
I anticipated the Sith. But those beasts.
Even now, Vaklu is using them to breach the palace. I will not surrender to that usurper.
Every man here would give their life.
There is hope. It is faint but growing stronger.
Which message?
An old student is returning.
This way! This way! There are 2 force shield checkpoints along this path. That means they control the check. The forces were in.
More where that came from?
The Royalists in the bunker are contained. Deploy as soon as the reinforcements arrive.
Jedi? Here?
Men, attack!
Hold your fire. They're with... Thank you. Vaklu's supporters stormed our position. Please, go to the palace.
Have they changed the access codes in the
I don't think they've had time, sir. You two, follow the Jedi.
Attack, men. Time to take you more where that came from.
Good, some reinforcements. Follow the Jedi. We've got to stop Their slicer has to be used until we do.
He's still alive!
Hold the line.
We've made it to the palace. General Vaklu's troops, hopefully we still have Vaklu's hand.
Shut the outer door, now!
I'm impressed you made it this far, but you are too late. This is no ordinary door between us. I'm afraid it is. Now, if you'll excuse me, we have one last barrier to take care of.
Stop us for long.
Say the word. More where that came from.
Tell the Colonel we'll need more of our men to smoke the royal... I don't trust those Sith. And another thing, if I catch any more of my men looting...
More where that came Time to see more where that came from. More where that came from. I hear you. Time to take you down to size. Say the word. More where that came from.
Let us end this. Such orba.
Thanks for your help. Queen Talia is the way.
I don't know how you made it. What, we got split off from... I know Captain Not her bodyguard. We were fighting at Palace Gate. We'll talk when all of this is...
So, you're the Jedi, eh? Well, the comm chatter we've intercepted is filled with... We've managed to hold this part of the palace. There are 2 security consoles in the palace. We need to After that, talk to the Corporal.
Do you want me to guide you? Let's hurry then.
The royal palace could fall any minute. We must save the queen.
Gather our forces. Make sure the defenses are set. Take your beasts. I'm going to the...
You
Time to take you down the side. More where that came from.
Yes.
Let's settle this.
Salì all'Isto Park Noccia. Bałan Manderancia. Dragon X1 gestale lor Kavadumpa. Yatuka Uwanrika Chot Bram. Maston.
Let's settle this. Let's settle this.
Thank you. Now that you've got me out, you need to get the primary security console once you've got that code. You don't waste a minute. Captain Kett, let's head to the...
Already. You will go no further than this. You're too late. Our pet beast is about to breach the force field to the throne room. The Queen will be dead in moments.
Watch out! I've lost control of the beast!
Ignore the beast. Into the throne room. The Queen must die. Oh, blast it all!
Your time is at an end.
You would destroy everything just for your ambition, Vaklu. The Republic, ISIS, everything.
That is a gross simplification, Talia. Change is a painful process.
You're getting careless, Vaklu. One more mistake, and you're the one who will pay the price.
Damn you! Your skill with the blade won't... What? Kill him and the Queen men. You've won this battle, Talia. But your reign...
is too dangerous to leave alive, as distasteful.
Damn you, Jedi.
What is done is done. I don't think the service you have given us can ever be repaid. The crisis is over.
Ah, the wound is not a mortal one, though it has been some time since I exercised my healing powers. There is a shred of life within you. Awaken, Colonel Tobin. Colonel Tobin, I am with Vaklu. The war has gone against him. He sent me to rescue you, to tell you the Jedi have struck. They had a secret academy buried on Telos, and they are showing them.
What? But the Jedi...
So we all thought, but they have hidden them.
Out of my way, old woman. This war can still be won, and Onderon can be freed.
Indeed.
The Force works in mysterious ways, it seems. There are times I'm not convinced it doesn't have us. We spend all this time looking for you. I told the other masters that I don't know how much you know about this threat that Varuk didn't believe me, but he was willing to travel to Dantooine, if only to... Whatever the reason, you came back. That sounds like the bond that you always did. I'm sure other... Whatever... I know that all too well. The Jedi Order has been fighting the dark side since the beginning. I'll rule the dark side. This threat that is... You've had more success than I. I felt all along that... Whatever... They were... But now the Sith... Telos. But Telos... Atris? I thought too many Jedi have scattered. We knew that someone was... Before the meeting could... So the Council decided... I think you're the... There is something I would like to teach you. There are times when you want to overwhelm a particular opponent quickly. For these situations, do not get carried away using this form, particularly against Dark Jedi. Excellent! I'm impressed with... I'm going to Dantooine. The Jedi Council vowed to assemble again when the Sith revealed themselves. Our paths.
I'm sorry to keep you here. I needed to thank you personally for all of your help. Onderon owes both you and Master Kavar a debt that can never truly be repaid. I recognize you must leave soon. These relics are from the Royal Museum. Generations ago, some members of the royal family had a connection to the... I know little of the Force. Captain Bostuka has made... The war was... Thank you.
I sense the conflict on Onderon even from this. Onderon will stop bleeding for a time.
We should return to the...
We've hit the ground. This is Korriban. Why would one of the Jedi you're looking for come here?
It seems quiet. Just the wind. But deep beneath there's great power.
There is much that would draw a Jedi to this place. The resting grounds of the ancient and the most likely place to find if you walk Korriban's surface. I cannot. This place is strong with the dark sound. Perhaps not. But I would caution you to guard your... I will remain here and meditate. The Academy, dark energy. The structures you see around you are the plundered tombs of the ancient Sith Lords. Each tomb was once infused with the history and heritage. However, even the many traps could not long hold back the curious, the fool.
Good to go.
Ahead lies the tomb of Naga Sadao. More recently, this tomb was where Revan confronted Uthar Vin when Revan left Korriban, the Sith Academy, and so the Sith here turned on each other. This was the tomb of Tulak Hord, known as the greatest lightsaber duelist of the Sith Lords. His skill was considered that is unknown, but supposedly he created a holocron. Unfortunately, Tulak Hord's tomb was among the first penetrated by the grave. The broken corpses before you, I doubt there is much to be gained from. Fool! You've disturbed the spirits of this place. Hissis are semi-intelligent beasts. As creatures of the Force, Hissis are drawn to suffering and carnage. They must have the angry phantoms of the Sith.
It shouldn't take.
This way leads to the tomb of Ajunta Paul, a fierce Sith Lord. According to legend, the blade proved more fierce. Ajunta's dark spectre lived on through the centuries until Revan sent Ajunta Paul. Unknown. Some have suggested that is only speculation, however. Before you is the tomb of the great Sith Lord, Marka Ragnos, a half-breed who possessed tremendous strength. Ragnos held power for over a century. We're standing close to the spot where Naga Sadao first confronted. Their struggle nearly resulted in... Yes, it is the way of... As fate would have it, a pair of hyperspace explorers from Sinagar landed on Korriban. Naga Sadao. This fear resonated with many Sith who were
Listen, the wind.
Please tell me.
There is great. I would advise you to finish your exploration.
apprentice is here. Find him.
My life for... You are no match for
You
A weakness is revealed. That's another one for me. A dark Jedi left her impression here. That's another one for me.
Did you come here for? The call of Korriban is strong, but I have studied you and found. I know her as an apprentice. No, she clings to hope. She is a fool who. You are a wretched thing, and that is why you will die.
He cannot be defeated. He is not a beast of flesh and blood. This is not a battle that can be won. Flee. There will be another time, but it...
She protects him. Find him. Hunt him wherever. I will bring his corpse to her. Cast it at her feet. It will be as if...
life is yours. That's another one for me.
Yeah, something wrong. Something wrong?
believe you are strong. You will have to face the
Do not heed the words of the Jedi Council. The Republic... Already the Mandalorians have taken 3... Come stand with me. We will use our... The Jedi Council is wise. I have heard of you. The Jedi Council is wise. The Council seems content to... I sense you. You should trust in... It was within our power to end the war. Their vaunted wisdom, bred only in action. So, if you could do it all again, the real question is, would you? Would you do it any different? So knowing all that would transpire, and now you are all alone. She didn't join us that day, but in time, she came to our way of thinking. And even before then, she waved. It is a familiar path. There were the first lesson will be calm.
Com says we've lost another heavy droid transport. How can we break through the Mandalorian lines without... I know we've got our orders to press forward. We know, General. But we just don't have enough men to... We already lost half the men just getting to the path. They've got the rest of the company pinned down by the... If you ask us to... We will press forward if you ask it. Thank you, General. Thank you. And now we fight.
To be commended for making it this far. You've revisited the dark moment. Your confusion is now...
Get away from her! She's a dark Jedi.
Atten, I've had enough of your snide contempt. I will protect my...
Hey, what's the commotion here?
Stay out of this, Beodor. This is a personal dispute.
You're threatening Atten with a lightsaber, and I'm...
The three of you would challenge me?
Think again, Kreia. Your dark influence will end.
Your friends are all you of all people. Succeeded in this trial. I am impressed. The dangers you faced in this tomb were real, but these images of the past served to prepare. Surely. So Here, you can just barely see the Sith. The new Sith Order sought to progress quickly by finding objects. Now the excavation has been almost completely undone by 5 years of... Yes? It is different. It has been some time. Forgive me, but I need to rest. Know that much may happen here, but above all, do not forget this. And if you find you cannot trust, never doubt what... And now, perhaps...
It is not as it was.
But perhaps that it...
We were wondering when you would... This moment has taken...
Or perhaps you... No. We will do as we have done. No, the true threat has yet to show itself. We have seen their soldiers, the remnants of their fleet.
The actual battle is being fought through the Force. Not the attack on Onderon. Something was attempting to use... You prevented it, but it was a stalling measure.
If Jedi gather, if we wage war against whatever this thing is, it must be fought by those strong in the Force. If we die, then... We cast you out of the Order
No, there was another.
You were no longer a Jedi. What had happened to you?
And if you had stayed...
You already know the answer.
Have you noticed that...
Those that...
They follow you.
Against their instinct.
It is because you are a leader. But that still fails to grasp the meaning.
It is not an easy thing. It is the bond that develops between a... That you do it so...
You make connections through the Force. And
your actions affect others more than...
When you suffer, their spirit echoes it. We do not know.
And that is why the...
We did not cut you off from the Force. You were...
The screams of countless thousands.
Their lives still scream across... To hear the Force over such pain. It was too much for any Jedi to endure. And you cut yourself off because you had to if you were to survive.
You were deafened.
At last, you could hear.
You were broken.
You were whole.
You were blinded.
And at last...
When you returned to us, we saw what had happened. You carry all those deaths at Malachor within you. And it has left a hole, a hunger.
In you.
In you.
Yes, you are a cipher, forming bond. It is the teaching of these new Sith to feed on others, on other Force sensitives. They are symptomatic of the wound in the Force. You are a breach that must be... Within you we see something worse than merely the teachings of the Sith. So you think.
He's right. It's... all the death you must have noticed as you fought across all these planets, killing hundreds.
But what's worse is that bonding you have. It hasn't gone away. It's gotten stronger.
And that is... What if other Jedi went to war as you did, suffered the same events, and emerged?
For you...
What's worse is these Sith that we face. It is what allows them to pray.
Somehow they have learned their hunger, but it is of no consequence. You are a threat.
You will lead this...
Our judgment before remains. Exile. It is a punishment reserved for only a few, and...
Forgive us.
Do not be afraid. You shall feel no...
Enough! Step away from him.
What?
Step away! He has brought truth, and you condemn it? The
You will not harm him.
I thought you had died.
Die.
Is this your new master, Exile?
As you would pass, do you wish to feel? Let me show.
See it. How could you ever hope to know the threat you face when you have never... If you had traveled far enough, there is a place in the galaxy where it corrupts all. Revan knew the power of such... Did you never wonder how Revan corrupted so... The Mandalorian Wars culminating in a final... And that is what I sought to understand. But it is because you were afraid. It is done. He is no more. Take me to Atris. She will have the...
The handmaiden took her. She thinks Of course she didn't. The only thing that matters is the handmaiden believed. That's why she wanted the handmaiden on board, you know. So she could... Yes, the handmaiden knows who she is now. She'll take her to Telos, and Atris will do... Yeah. Are you surprised? All that talk of hatred, manipulation, and standing on your own Still, if we were all judged by who we were in the past... That's what I was afraid you'd say.
What is wrong? Something troubles you. I can feel it. I do not understand. I would die for you. When I tell you my... And if there is an ending... I simply do. What did you learn? Then that is the danger of their beliefs. The feelings I have for you are because I follow. I would die for you because... And where they look at you, I look at you. I will understand if you instead take strength from your connection to others.
Who is there?
Who I am.
I am Atris, Jedi Master.
Those are titles, words you...
You are that which has attacked the Jedi. You are Sith.
Sith is a title, yes, for you know that there was once a Darth Treya, and that she... But there must always be a Darth Treya who has been betrayed in their... You have bathed in the knowledge of the Sith. But there is not enough truth in such teachings. But it will be a step for you.
How did it happen?
Search your heart. It was never... Alicor 5 has touched...
Why did he...
You betrayed your... And unlike you and I...
Where is the...
Oh, he will come. It is such a quiet thing to fall, but far more terrible is to admit it. Your mistress awaits. She has much to share with you.
The last of the... It is good that you have...
What do you say?
You are no longer...
Listen to me. Atris has been touched by the Sith. It is not...
Silence. It is a crime. Then you...
Where have you been? You have been absent so long. Were you with the mistress? Commanded. Did I command you to consort with him? To mistress, of course. Enough! Did you have feelings for him? Did you touch him? Did you look upon him with love? There is no love in that one. He is a shell, devoid of emotion. So... It is no crime to kill the Sith, or any that threaten. This is now. Such a noble... Your execution. She said you would come here, to this place, all this collected knowledge, and if I must use it to end you... Atris. She has not existed for some... The old woman you travelled with, she said that you would come here. She said you were the last obstacle to... Yes, the Sith are here at last. And when I defeat you and the forces you have brought to... These Sith are cowards, striking from the shadows to... So I arranged for you to return to the Republic. Leaked information of your... But you came to Telos against my predictions. All the knowledge of... brought here, but now they have been drawn... I do not... Yes, the Sith are here at last. You have brought them to this place as I had foreseen. And when I did... Surrender. Let us... Kill me. I did not expect mercy from you. If you will not kill... Where she walks is hid. It is possible... You always knew where these Sith are spawned of you. Their power is to feed on light. Yes, I had thought she was a... She has gone there. Yes, you are an echo in the Force. It creates... Now she seeks to create another echo. It will deafen all touched by the Force until no life is left. You were strong enough to withstand it once. I do not. If you choose not to follow, she will murder. She is one of the lords of the Sith. This knowledge, it is my attempt to... Once I was a historian, the in some part of me, to do what you had... To fight such a threat, I feel that I understand what drove you to battle, to fight the man. And what will you do with me now? It does not matter. Not now. It is what... But I thank... Leave now, while you... Save yourself.
You came for me. I thought I had lost you. Kreia. She said the council had ended you. When I heard her say that you were dead, I wanted to punish her. Of course, I am Brianna, disciple of the last...
Well, what do we have here? I didn't believe it when Lino reported, though given the trouble. Lieutenant Gren, Sith forces have breached the module and are attempting to pen us up in the compound. Damn! Zeron, I need you and your men to break through and lead. With pleasure, Lieutenant. All right. It came out of nowhere. Fleet of war, there were Sith fighters. We did our best, but then... Because we don't have enough fuel, we won't be able... We'll try to make the best of what we have left. The Sith numbers seem limitless. If you need to get to the Ravager, then you're gonna have to fight your... Good luck.
Yeah, what do you want? I must leave you for a time to gather my Mandalorian warriors. Watch yourself. I'll soften up the...
All right, men. The Sith are trying to hold us up in this... Now let's...
Thank goodness you're here. You just can't seem to make any progress against the Sith. We managed to take a few. It's up to you to help us throw them back. All right, everyone provide... We'll be right...
Well, I'm not dead. They're moving ahead towards the... Well, that's a relief. If I'm good enough...
We will join you in the assault. These rank and file soldiers, let we Mandalore... Calborn, Zuka.
You will not face this alone. I would have it.
Are your preparations...
Sir, Sith warship dead ahead of us.
Let's close the trap. Concentrate all fire on the warship.
Sir, at this distance, our weapon...
We can't hope to match its firepower.
Sir, if it keeps firing on Citadel Station, the station won't be able to maintain its orbit.
I am aware of the situation, Lieutenant, and I know that ship.
Mandalore, we have breached the hull of the Sith vessel and are securing the area. The vessel has suffered extensive structural damage, but its particle fields still maintain a minimal atmosphere within the ship. And our cargo? It's being brought aboard. Soon, teams will be dispatched to the target sites. Do the Republic forces suspect? No, Mandalore. The proton cores do not emit a signature the Republic ships can detect. If they do pick up the signal, they will assume it to be emanating from the ship's missile bays. Did you get an ID signature on this vessel? You were right about the vessel, Mandalore. It is of Malachor. It still bears the wounds of Mandalorian guns. Then let's finish this. And remind the galaxy of Malachor 5.
What was that about?
Nothing you need.
You are coming.
Don't get all sentimental. Been waiting for this for 10... What's wrong? Arming signal received. We still... Mandalore, we're holding our position, but the... Who wants to die first?
Soon you shall know pain.
You've reached one of the targets. Arming signal received, Mandel. 2 more sites are left. We've lost contact with 2 of our...
This door leads to... If there is time, I would like to send... Past the surface, there is the Force. Where once there was a world that was strong in the Force. From the death of an entire world comes great. You shall be avenged, and the one who has done this shall die. There's nothing more for me here.
target sites. Arming signal received, Mando. Only one proton core.
My life is yours.
He is too powerful.
I have to see.
What the hell are you doing up?
I saw a graveyard world. Surround. You are my master now.
Yeah, what are you...
Target site. Arming signal That's the last.
It has been some time.
You were a fool to return. I spared you once. I will not. Why have you?
Because now there is much to be done.